Bu, pakai. Bu malah nggak pakai. Nggak usah.
Professional education, as well as acquire the ability to face the administration and development challenges.
Selamat datang di Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta.
Initially, the NIPA School of Administration was established as the State College of Administration Science (PTDIAN) under the regulation of the First Minister's Decree of the Republic of Indonesia number 578 MP 1960. Furthermore, through the Presidential Decree number 100 of 1999, PTDIAN was transformed into a STIA LAN, which is designated as a service college to organize academic and professional education programs in the field of administrative science for state, official of central and local government, state and regional-owned enterprises, as well as the Indonesian National Military and the State Police of the Republic of Indonesia. In accordance with regulation of the head of the National Institute of Public Administration, number 15 of 2017, on organization and management, the NIPA School of Administration, starting in January 2020, STIA LAN has transformed into the NIPA School of Administration to perform vocational and professional education not only for civil servants in particular, but also for general students. To achieve success and excellence of our education, the NIPA School of Administration has developed a requisite vision and mission. The NIPA School of Administration organizes three vocational and professional education programs, including the Apply Undergraduate Program, the Apply Master Program, and the Apply Doctoral Program, accredited by the National Accreditation Body (BANPT). The Apply Undergraduate Program consists of three following programs of study: Public Sector Business Administration (ABSP), has two concentration: Entrepreneurship and Marketing Plan. ABSP program of study is the only program of study in Indonesia which combines the science of public administration and business administration. Here are the vision and mission of ABSP program of study. Career opportunities of the ABSP graduates are: entrepreneur, startup initiator with business management expertise and skill. The graduates are able to see business problems holistically and solve them creatively. Manager or administrator, as professional with business leadership skill and ability to create marketing and operational plan for a well-qualified company. Human Apparatus Research Management (MSD-MA) program with a vision of becoming an excellent vocational program of study in the field of Human Apparatus Research Management. In 2021, MSD-MA applied a one-step ahead learning method with e-learning that can be accessed from anywhere. MSD-MS vision and mission are: Career opportunities of the MSDMA graduates are Human Resource Consultant, Human Resource Specialist, Training and Development Managers, Human Resources Analyst, Human Resources Manager, and many more. The State Development Administration (APN) has for concentration, development management, archival management, policy analysis, and asset management. APN is a program of study that focuses on science and the ability to implement knowledge of the field of state development administration related to government policies. Here are the vision and mission of APN program of study. Career opportunities of the APN graduates are civil servant in governmental institutions such as ministries, agencies, and regional government, employees of financial institution, manager or staff of the non-governmental organization, academics or practitioner in the state development administration sector, public policy consultant, social entrepreneur, journalists. The Apply Master Program of State Development Administration (APN) consists of 4 concentration: development policy, apparatus research management, state financial management, regional development management. The Apply Master Program of the State Development Administration has this following vision and mission. Career advancement for the graduate of the Apply Master Program includes administrator or public manager, consultant or policy analyst, lecturer or researcher. The Applied Doctoral Program of the State Development Administration (APN) has a vision of the realization of applied doctoral education program in the field of state development administration that is capable of creating graduates with integrity and competence in the implementation of state development through experience-based knowledge in 2019 and 2029. Career advancement for the graduate of the Applied Doctoral Program includes Policy Analyst Specialist, Inspector Specialist, Development Planner of High Leadership Level, Senior Consultant of Development Administration, Research Expert Specialist.
10 alasan kenapa kamu harus kuliah di Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta merupakan perguruan tinggi milik pemerintah yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan terapan siap kerja. Hai. Mahasiswa Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta berkesempatan mendapatkan beasiswa dan terbuka kesempatan menjadi ASN. Hai. Kami memiliki para tenaga pengajar yang berlatar belakang akademisi maupun praktisi atau profesional yang kompeten.
Dengan biaya yang terjangkau, kami melayani perkuliahan berbasis IT dan memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap serta berada di jantung kota Jakarta.
Mahasiswa Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta memiliki kesempatan untuk magang di instansi pemerintahan daerah, pusat, BUMN atau BUMD, dan swasta. Lulusan Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta akan mendapatkan sertifikasi kompetensi serta memiliki jaringan alumni yang tersebar di seluruh kementerian dan lembaga di Indonesia.
To support student activities, the NIPA School of Administration has various facilities and technology-based supporting systems such as an applied education information system, namely Pinter, which provides an open access academic and financial data for all students as a means to support the academic service. For students, the institution provides facilities as following: campus building, classroom, computer laboratory, library, administrative laboratory, mosque, volley field, multi-purpose building, garden, spacious parking, lactation room. In order to support student activities, the NIPA School of Administration's students were given the opportunity to participate in various student activities such as the Student Senate SEMA, Student Association HIMA, and Student Activities Unit UKM, which particularly include interest in these following scopes: sport, research, religious activities, art, public relation, martial art. As a means to support academic activities, the NIPA School of Administration also provides several activities such as professional and competent certification for lecturers, national and international seminars, book review, religious activities, new students orientation, graduation, welcome home activities for alumni. The achievements of the NIPA School of Administration, vision and mission can be seen by its success in creating graduates in all regions of Indonesia. The NIPA School of Administration has developed partnership with various parties of governmental, institution, and private sector, as well as being awarded by the
Okay, we have Professor Batatok Javan Dolgor in Zoom meet. Good morning, Professor Javan Dolgor. Welcome to ICOGPASS 2024. Right now, we are waiting for this conference to start. So please keep entertain yourself in Zoom meeting. We will contact you shortly after this conference starts. Hello, Professor Batok Tok. Can you hear us?
Hello, Professor.
Okay. Good morning, Professor Batok Tok. By the way, I have the information, Professor, that can I call you Professor Basha? Because my teacher told me that you can call Professor Basha as your nickname. Thank you. And how about the other guests? Good morning. For all presenters, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Right now, we are waiting for another presenter and another participant. So please be seated and wait for another minute before this conference starts. Thank you.
Para hadirin yang telah datang ke ICOGPASS 2024, dipersilakan untuk memenuhi barisan kedua terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi, para hadirin yang sudah hadir pada para hadirin yang sudah hadir pada acara ICOGPASS 2024, dipersilakan untuk mengisi tempat di barisan kedua terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih. Atau enggak? Empat di sini. Para hadirin yang telah datang di acara ICOGPASS, dipersilakan untuk memenuhi barisan kedua. Sekali lagi, para hadirin yang telah datang di acara ICOGPASS, dipersilakan untuk memenuhi bangku di barisan kedua. Terima kasih. Cek, cek. Halo, halo, oke. Tapi warna hitam sih. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ICOGPASS 2024. Firstly, we would like to make sure that every participant has assigned the attendance list at the registration desk located in the first floor at this building. We also remind you to check your goodie bag to make sure that you have coupons for your lunch. And please note that participants have already received name tags and information about the presentation room. Before we begin this conference, we would like to introduce ourselves. Hello, my name is Haikal.
And my name is Rebecca.
We will be the master of ceremony of today's event. Before we start the conference, there are several rules for all participants. First, all online participants can stream this conference through Zoom meeting or YouTube account of Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Second, all participants on the Zoom meeting, please mute your speaker during the event. Third, all participants that attend offline, please mute your devices during the event. Fourth, online participants can ask questions to the panel speakers through chat on Zoom or YouTube by mentioning your name, affiliation, and your question. Please keep it short and precise. Fifth, the question should be written in English.
6. For all participants that attend in this room, you may ask your question in English. 7. A link of attendance form will be available for all participants by the end of the first session. 8. For safety measure during this conference, please sit in comfortable place, ensure the safety of your electronic device, and ensure your internet connection. Please allow us to share you some safety procedure. First, for your information, right now you are in the second floor of Makarti Bhakti Nagari building. We would like to let you know there are 2 main doors are in the left and the right of the stage. Second, there are also 2 emergency doors behind the stage. Third, when in emergency, please exit and go to the main floor by the stair. Do not use the lift. Fourth, when there is a fire, hold your breath and go to the main floor. Do not panic. Fifth, avoid the glass window if there is an earthquake and take cover under the table. 6. Avoid using heels when running down the stairs. 7. Gather in assembly point at the main floor. For more detailed information, please watch the video.
Selamat datang di ASN Corporate University Lembaga Administrasi Negara. Sesuai dengan kebijakan dan prosedur standar keselamatan yang ada, berikut kami sampaikan safety briefing sebelum Anda menjalankan aktivitas. Saat ini Anda sedang berada di Geraha Makarti Bhakti Nagari lantai 2, ruang auditorium. Titik kumpul terdekat berada di halaman depan gedung, digunakan untuk berkumpul ketika terjadi keadaan darurat. Ruangan ini memiliki 3 pintu utama dan 2 pintu darurat yang terletak di sebelah belakang kanan dan kiri ruangan. Ruangan ini juga dilengkapi dengan fasilitas keadaan darurat berupa alat pemadam api ringan dan hidran yang terletak di dekat pintu utama sebelah kanan dan dekat pintu darurat di sebelah kiri. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, harap tenang dan jangan panik. Segeralah keluar melalui pintu keluar terdekat. Lindungi kepala Anda dengan merapatkan kedua tangan atau gunakan benda sekitar yang mampu melindungi bagian kepala Anda. Jika terjadi kebakaran, harap tenang dan jangan panik. Segera keluar melalui pintu keluar terdekat. Apabila ruangan dipenuhi oleh asap, maka bergeraklah dengan cara merangkak, karena posisi ini akan memudahkan Anda dalam bernafas. Ikuti arah jalur evakuasi menuju lokasi titik kumpul di halaman depan gedung. Perhatikan rekan yang bersama dengan Anda dan ikutilah arahan lebih lanjut dari petugas kami. Selalu perhatikan orang di sebelah kanan dan kiri Anda untuk mencegah ketertinggalan. Lepaskan sepatu dengan hak tinggi untuk mempermudah berjalan saat proses evakuasi. Hal-hal penting yang perlu diperhatikan ketika melakukan evakuasi adalah berjalanlah dengan tenang, tidak perlu berlari, dan jangan berdesakan. Selalu prioritaskan ibu hamil, lansia, dan difabel. Demikian petunjuk keselamatan pada keadaan darurat yang berlaku di Geraha Makarti Bakti Nagari. Selamat beraktivitas dan selalu utamakan keselamatan.
Okay, Professor Dr. Rafael Witek is already joined in the Zoom meeting. Hello, Professor.
Hello, it's a big honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you so much.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
We will continue to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated and mute your speaker and devices. Thank you. Before we start the conference, I want to ask you something, Rebecca. What are you wearing?
Today I'm wearing kebaya jagan. This kebaya came from Yogyakarta. This kebaya popular because one movie named Gadis Kretek. The main character using this kebaya represent a woman who can lead by being an independent and a wise woman. How about you, Haikal? What did you wearing today?
As you can see, the traditional clothes I'm wearing is from West Papua. It's called ewer. Yeah, this made by natural elements and fabrics. We will continue to the next agenda. The Honorable Deputy for Policy Studies and Public Administration Innovation, the National Institute of Public Administration, NIPA Indonesia. Dr. Triwidodo Wahyutomo, SH.MH. The Honorable Deputy for State Civil Apparatus Management Studies and Innovation at the National Institute of Public Administration, NIPA Indonesia. Dr. Agus Derajat, SOS.MH. The Honorable Deputy for Civil Service Competency Development Policy at the National Institute of Public Administration, NIPA Indonesia. Dr. Baseng MED. The Honorable President of Indonesian Association for Public Administration, IAPA, and ASEAN Association for Public Administration, AAPA, Profesor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MDA. The Honorable Director of NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Nurlian Nurdin, MA.
And our VIP guest, Head of Domestic Policy Strategy Agency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Dr. Yushartanto Huntoyungo, MPD. The Honorable Professor Dr. Hyun Soo Kim and Ms. Yo Hyun Pak from Inha University. The Honorable High Official of National Institute of Public Administration, NIPA Indonesia. the Honorable Director and Vice Director of NIPA School of Administration, Bandung and Makassar, the Honorable Representative of University Partner, Parahyangan University, Diponegoro University, Islamic of Riau University, and NIPA School of Administration, Bandung and Makassar campus. We also like to welcome the honorable speakers. First speaker, Professor Myung Sung Hwan, PhD, from Inha University, South Korea. Second speaker, Professor Dr. Rafael Wittek from University of Groningen, Netherlands. Third speaker, Professor Batoktok Javzandolgor from National University of Mongolia, Mongolia. Fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Chang Hoon Jung from Inha University, South Korea. And the last speaker, Professor Dr. Nurliah Nurdin MA, Director of NIPA School of Public Administration, Jakarta. And also, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. We are delighted to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science, ICOGPASS. Today, 23rd of October 2024. NIPA School of Administration Jakarta campus has the honor to present this annual conference with the main topic, Resilient Global Governance, Nurturing Development Policy, Human Resource Management, and Public Sector Economics amidst the uncertainties. The conference aims to establish international scholars and academic communities in contributing to the achievement of scientific studies and forum in the field of governance, public administration, development, and other social science, with a different background that able to provide policy input in overcoming issues of inclusiveness, accountability, sustainability, and digitalization to create resilient global governance amidst the uncertainties. This conference is divided into 2 main sessions. The complete agenda as follows. First, singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Second, praying. Third, traditional dance performance, Lenggang Bekasi. Fourth, opening speech by the president of IAPA and AAPA. Fifth, welcoming speech by deputy. Sixth, the keynote and panel speech led by our moderator. 7, after the end of the first session, the conference will continue to the second session, with its presentation by all the selected presenters.
For a moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please, for all participants, remain to stand up.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah
all participants remain to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda of this conference is prayer, which will be led by Dede Kosasi. Dede Kosasi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamda yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yambaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa li'azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma ghfir lana wa liwalidina walil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'u qaribum mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today on Wednesday, October 23rd of 2024, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about and the 5th International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Sciences, ICOGPASS, with the theme Resilience Global Governance, Nurturing Equal Development Policy, Human Resources Management, and Public Sector Economic amidst the uncertainties. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons. Oh Allah, protect us from unrighting temptation. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our doa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalina walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin, amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dede Kosasi. We are going to see the performance of Lenggang Bekasi from NIPA School of Administration, Jakarta. Lenggang Bekasi is a traditional dance from Bekasi, West Java, Indonesia. The dance is often associated with Betawi folklore and is used to express woman freedom and equality. It is typically accompanied by gamelan music and future dancers wearing brightly colored kebaya and chip with batik fabrics. applause to Lenggang Bekasi performance. Haikal, what do you think about the Lenggang Bekasi performance?
As a man, why do I want to join in dancing too? Maybe at the next event I want to perform Lenggang Bekasi too, because the movement are so beautiful.
I know, right, Haikal? Lenggang Bekasi is not only beautiful, but also bring to us something to learn. Do you agree with me, Haikal?
Yeah, I'm agree with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to watch the opening speech video delivered by President of AAPA and IAPA, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MDA.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As the chairman of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration and the president of the Asian Association for Public Administration, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Sciences here in beautiful Jakarta. Today, we gather under the timely and vital theme, Resilient Global Governance, Nurturing Equal Development Policy, Human Resource Management, and Public Sector Economics amidst the uncertainties. In our rapidly changing world, characterized by economic fluctuations, social challenges, and environmental crisis, the necessity for resilient governance has never been more pronounced. As we face these uncertainties, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering equal development policies that promote inclusivity and sustainability. This conference serves as a platform for us to explore innovative approaches to public administration and governance that not only address immediate challenges, but also lay the groundwork for a more equitable and resilient future. The relevance of this theme resonates profoundly within the context of Indonesia. As a nation rich in diversity and potential, we face unique challenges that require our collective wisdom and expertise. It is imperative that scholars and practitioners in public administration and public policy collaborate to develop solutions grounded in rigorous research and inclusive dialogue. By sharing our experiences and insights, we can build a framework that not only addresses the specific needs of our communities, but also contributes to the global discourse on effective governance. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to several key individuals and organizations. First, I extend my deepest thanks to Dr. Muhammad Taufik, the acting head of the National Institute of Public Administration, for their unwavering support and commitment to this event. Thank you also to Professor Nurliah Nurdin, Director of NIPA School of Administration Jakarta. Your leadership has been instrumental in bringing together scholars, practitioners, and policymakers from around the world to engage in meaningful discussion. I also want to acknowledge our esteemed speakers and panelists. Professor Young-Sung Hwan from Inha University, South Korea, Professor Dr. Raphael Witek from University of Groningen, Professor Chang Hun Jun from Inha University, South Korea, Professor Jeff Sandolgor Basa Batoktok from National University of Mongolia, who have graciously taken the time to share their expertise with us. Your insight and perspective are invaluable, and we look forward to the rich discussion that will unfold over the next few days. Your willingness to engage in this dialogue is a testament to your dedication for advancing the field of public administration. This conference is not merely an academic gathering. It is a vibrant space for knowledge sharing, networking, and strengthening the global development agenda. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of the opportunities presented here. Engage with one another, challenge assumptions, and collaborate on research initiatives that can lead to practical solutions for the pressing issues we face today. In closing, I would like to emphasize that the path to resilient global governance is not a solitary journey. It requires the collective effort of all stakeholders, including government, academia, civil society, and the private sector. Together, we can nurture a future where governance systems are robust, equitable, and capable of withstanding the uncertainties of our times. Thank you very much for your presence and participation. Let us embark on this journey together, and may our discussions inspire meaningful actions for the betterment of our societies. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the welcoming speech represented by Deputy for Policy Studies and Innovation of State Administration at the National Institute of Public Administration, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Triwidodo Wahyotomo, SHMH.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of us, the honorable esteemed speakers, Professor Myung-Sung Won, PhD from Inha University, South Korea, the honorable Professor Chang Hun Jung, PhD, also from Inha University, South Korea, the Honorable Professor Rafael Witek, PhD from University of Groningen, attending via online in the Zoom meeting, and also the Honorable Professor Batoktok Sandolgor, PhD from National University of Mongolia, also attending online in the Zoom meeting, and also Professor Nurliah Nurdin, the Director of School of Administration, Jakarta. Distinguished our VIP guest, Dr. Yusarto Yunto Yungo, Head of Policy Strategy Board of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Professor Hyun So Kim and Ms. So Hyun Park from Inha University, also Dr. Baseng, the Deputy Chairman for Competency Development for Civil Servant, high officials of NIPA, and also all participants, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to address a welcoming speech at the 5th International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Science, hosted by School of Administration, Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Our theme, Resilient Global Governance, Nurturing Equal Development Policy, Human Resources Management, and Public Sector Economics amidst the uncertainties, resonates deeply with the mission of NIPA. As we facing challenges from climate change to economic instability, from technological disruption to geopolitical tensions, the importance of robust and adaptive public administration has never been greater as before. Distinguished guests and colleagues, let us begin by examining the concept of resilience in global governance, a field where NIPA has been at the forefront. Resilience is not merely about withstanding shocks. It is about adapting, evolving, and emerging stronger from any crisis. NIPA's role in fostering this resilience through education, research, and policy advisory is paramount. We are building the foundation for a more adaptable and responsive governance system. Human resources management should be highlighted as a critical area requiring adaptation to the demands of our uncertain times. The future of work is rapidly evolving with artificial intelligence, automation, and remote work becoming increasingly prevalent. Our commitment to continuous learning and professional development for public servants exemplifies this approach. By investing in our human capital, particularly in the public sector, we invest in the resilience of our societies as a whole. All respected speakers and participants, this conference also aims to bridge the discussion on the implication of climate change and environmental degradation by shifting the practices to a sustainable low-carbon industry. NIPA's focus on sustainable development and green governance is playing a crucial role in preparing public administrators to lead this transition, creating new opportunities for growth, innovation, and job creation. The task before us is formidable, but it is also filled with possibility. By embracing resilience, equality, and innovation in our governance model, we can build a future that is not just more stable, but also more just and prosperous for all. Institutions like NIPA must take responsibility to performing this transformation, bridging the theory and practices, as well as between global best practices and local realities. Remember, a resilient governance is not about predicting the future. It is about creating systems flexible enough to thrive in any future. It is about fostering collaboration across borders, sectors, and disciplines. And most importantly, it is about putting people, all people, at the center of our policies and decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating the ICOGPASS 2024, let us commit ourselves to building a global governance framework that is truly resilient, equitable, and adaptive. The challenges are great, but so are the opportunities. Thank you again to esteemed speakers for the collaboration. Thank you to all committees and all participants. May this conference continue to inspire new ideas and foster meaningful discussion. Thank you very much. Have a great day and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Triwidodo Wahyutomo, SHMH, for the welcoming speech.
Before we go to the plenary session, we would like to invite Dr. Triwidodo Wahyutomo, Professor Dr. Nulia Nurdin, Professor Myong Sung Hwan, Professor Dr. Chang Hunjung, Dr. Mala Sondang Silitonga as an academic affair, Dr. Neneng Sri Rahayu as a general affair, and Dr. Adi Sutrisno as student affair, and Dr. Baseng to come to the stage and have a photo session together.
Also, the speakers on Zoom meeting, we would like to ask you to take a group picture together with the speakers in the venue. Please, Professor Dr. Rafael Witek and Professor Botok Tok Jafsan Dolgor to turn on your camera and give your best smile.
Oh, one more.
For all participants can rise to take a photo session together. Please, all participants, please be seated. Thank you for all speakers.
For Dr. Triwidodo Wahyutomo and for all speakers, Professor Myong Sung Hwan, Professor Dr. Chang Hunjun, to come to the stage to receive the certificate. And we also invite the Professor Nulia Nurdin to come to the stage.
And finally, now is the time for plenary session, where we'll get more knowledge and insight about resilient global governance amidst the uncertainties from many perspectives of many countries. So the next agenda is a plenary session, which is led by our moderator, Mrs. Ratnayu Prasetyanti. Please welcome Mrs. Ratnayu to lead the session.
The Honorable Mr. Deputy for Policy Studies and Public Administration Innovation, Bapak Dr. Triwidodo Wahyu Utomo, the Honorable Mr. Deputy of Civil Service Competency Development, Bapak Dr. Baseng, my esteemed speakers, Professor Myung Sung Hwan from Inha University, Professor Chang Hun Jung from Inha University, Professor Nurliah Nurdin, NIPA School of Administration Jakarta, Professor Rafael Witak from University of Groningen, attending virtually in the Zoom meeting, and Professor Batok Tok Jafsandolkor from National University of Mongolia, also attending virtually in the Zoom meeting. Our VIP guest, Bapak Dr. Yus Hartanto from Ministry of Home Affairs, high officials of NIPA, our esteemed committee presenters, participants, and university partners. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Sciences, ICOGPASS 2024. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ratnayu Prasetyanti, Nayu. I will be taking my role as moderator for today's event. Before joining me in the panel discussion, I would like to deliver a report for today's conference. International Conference on Governance, Public Administration, and Social Sciences is our annual international forum conducted since 2018, and until now, today is the 5th forum. We are supported by our university partners. We have Diponegoro University, Catholic Parahyangan University, and also Islamic Riau University. And we are also supported by Asian Association for Public Administration and IAPA, Indonesia Association for Public Administration. In this year, we have presenters and participants from various backgrounds and affiliations, ranging from central governments, ministerial level, regional local governments, and university practitioner. We have also international presenter. Welcome Pakistan representatives, Taiwan. Thank you. Taiwan representatives attending virtually in the Zoom meeting, Timor-Leste representatives, and our South Korea representatives, Professor Hyun Seo Kim and Ms. So Hyun Park from Inha University. We have about 249 abstracts submitted, and we have selected among all the abstracts into 200 full papers to be presented in today's conference. And we have about 227 participants and presenters attending in the Zoom meeting, also YouTube channel of Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Thank you very much for all the presenters. Now is the time for me to invite our keynote speaker to get on the stage, Professor Myung Seung Hwan from Inha University. Okay, Professor Myung, you can take a seat. Thank you. I also invite Professor Chang Hoon Jung to get on the stage. Please be seated, Professor Chang. And the last speaker attending here at the venue, Professor Nurliah Nurdin. Thank you, Professor Nurliah. I would like to say hello, Professor Raphael. Guten Morgen.
Goedemorgen.
It's very early morning there in your time zone. We're really sorry to wake up you early.
It's my pleasure for this event.
Okay, thank you, Professor Raphael. And hello, Professor Batoktok Jafsandolgor. Good
Hello.
morning, Professor.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Professor Basya. Can I call you that way?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. It's also early morning in Austria.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Basya. Professor Raphael and Professor Basya, I will get back to you very soon after our third speaker here finish the presentation. Thank you, professors. Well, 안녕하세요, Professor Myung. 안녕하세요, Professor Chang. 제 이름은 나유입니다.
예. 감사합니다.
만나서 반가워요.
반갑습니다.
Yeah. I'm so sorry if my Korean is so beginner. Yeah. We are here to have our panel discussion for about 120 minutes. It's around 2 hours. And the first speaker, the keynote speaker, will be Professor Myung. And the second speaker will be Professor Chang Hoon. And the third speaker will be Professor Basya. And the fourth will be Professor Raphael. And the last speaker will be Professor Nurliah. That's the order for the speech. And each speaker will have around 15 minutes to deliver the presentation. And after all the speakers finished the presentation, we're going to have panel discussion, including the Q&A. We invite all presenters, participants here, the committee from the venue at McCarthy Bhakti Nagari building, also virtual participants in the Zoom meeting and YouTube account. Very well noted, Professor Myung. I would like to introduce Professor Myung. Welcome to Jakarta.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very much.
We have previously collaborated with Professor Myong and Professor Zhang, also representatives from Inha University in 2023, when we held international community service in our campus. And that was a very fantastic collaboration, I think. Yeah, Professor Myong is a professor at the Public Administration Department in Inha University. His research interests include smart city, smart governance, e-government, government reform, cybersecurity, policy decision process, policy analysis, methodology, and many other relevant topics about public administration. He is also one of the editors of MDBI, one of the publications indexed by Scopus. And the professional career includes the president of the Korean Association for Policy Analysis and Evaluation in 2016, and he currently serves as the director of the Center for Security, Convergence, and E-Governance. He was also vice chair of the Digital New Deal Committee in the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning. Professor Myong is going to deliver a keynote speech on smart governance and anti-corruption. Professor Myong, you have 15 minutes for the keynote speech. The time is yours. You can take a seat or go stand up in the podium. Thank you. Big applause to Professor Myong.
Yeah, that is my old picture. So, right. Thank you very much again. I'm very honored having an opportunity to present today. Feel like I'm at home because we have already have seen many times and invited you representing Indonesia to Seoul, Incheon, Songdo, Korea, entitled the Smart Governance and Policy Program for Training and Education and Collaboration Program with each other. Hopefully next year, more than 100 people from Indonesia to come Korea. So we welcome again all of you. Okay. Well, very far from here. My PPT is there. Okay, this is about the issue of smart governance and anti-corruption. Especially this year, the new government of Indonesia will start. So that issue of anti-corruption is very important, I believe. So I have chosen that topic for today. The next, please. Okay. Can I see? I change. Yeah. Okay, it looks better. I'd like to briefly discuss and explain about the our policy and guidelines to fight against the corruption that happened in Korea in the early 2000s. So I'd like to share our case with Indonesia today. Okay, next, please. Okay, as you know, the policy is defined as efficient and transparent or equal distribution from scarce resources. That means we need to have open and transparent government, and we need to run the government efficiently and saving the cost, but as well as trying to distribute the scarce resources equally. So that is a very important purpose of the public policy. Next, please. Okay, very small. Oh, here. There are so many spots for PPT. Okay, yeah. All right, so during the early period of new government in Korea, especially focusing on building smart government, the first purpose of building e-government was to increase productivity and efficiency for citizens, not only the streamlining the government, also to improve the citizen quality of life. And secondly, as I explained, it must be like customized to each individuals of the country. The most important thing is to consider the poor people or minority, women and children and old people. It must be very customized. Next, please. And so that means we need to change and re-engineer the old public administration process and turn it to the new engine, like a smart governance engine. And fourth, very important, we need to think about the society's equilibrium through extended civil services under democratic process and ideals. Next. Okay, to do this, we need to change the whole the systems and factors, including social and political, economic elements that influencing the government greatly. That includes information infrastructure and human resources. And most important thing is a leadership change and vision and maintenance of a legal system and a revolutionary reforming public administration system. Next. Okay, this is a model. You can find it in many through the internet. So I'm going to skip this. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, we are looking forward to type 4 and 6 instead of going to type 3 and type 5. Okay, every nation's in government, they started from the type 1, that it is pretty much focusing on technocratic factors of government, and they have to move. They need to move to citizen targeted, the government for efficient services, providing the smart services to citizens, and then, if successfully done, they are moving to building transparent government to citizens. The final goal is building a democratic government. But some countries, they're still staying in monitoring government. Too many CC cameras and sensors to monitor the citizen individuals in every life, 24 hours a day. And the worst thing is type 5, government become big brother. That is a dictatorship. They are abusing smart technology to watch or monitor innocent people and citizens. Next. Okay, the strategy for, especially in the beginning of the building e-government, the government must focus on to invest or create new market as a driving forces. Next, they need to find out the budget for efficiently distribute to implement. So budgeting is another important thing. The third one is the enactment of e-government acts or other guidelines or PA order to implement in specific. The final one is, especially at the beginning of new government, I recommend to create presidential office of smart governance or government reform. That's what happened in Korea. Next. Because of the time and constraints, I'm going to skip unnecessarily. Next, please. Next. Okay. So during the actually Nomuhyun government, they created anti-corruption agency and merging all the old institution regarding the managing the corruption issues. And then they collected all data and connected every institutions into one. That is anti-corruption agency. And they have created big portal site. So every corruption cases will have been reported by the citizen directly to this anti-corruption agency. Next. Okay, this is what we have found through this anti-corruption website and government agency portal, that and scope of discretionary work and face-to-face contract. And okay, that this is a theory that we have found that after building anti-corruption portal site, the scope of discretionary unnecessary work have decreased to the right side of the graph, dramatically decreased. Next. Okay, so these are the difference between before and after. More open to the public and less discretionary, unnecessary, closed decision making by government officials. Next. Okay, so very simple. Just open to government what government is doing. Okay, and let people report or let lower class of government officials check each other and report it to the anti-corruption agency that is independent and pretty much powerful and to monitor. So every cases of corruption is counted by the presidential office. And they won, finally, they won. So in Korea, we cannot even think about any corruption cases in the public sector. If they found, they are all reported, open to disclose to the media, news media, and fired. That's the very strict case. Okay, let's make the conclusion part. Next. So these are e-people system, and you can find it more because of the time constraints. I'm just gonna introduce this one and finish my presentation. So e-people system is, you see here, a single online portal system, unify complaints, proposal, policy discussions, handling of all central government agencies, municipalities, public organization, and all Korean-related legations and overseas agencies all together into one single e-people system. And finally, this program won UN Public Administration Grand Prize. And we consulted some African countries in South America as well to build this e-people system and dramatically decrease the corruption level in one nation. That's what we happened in Korea. But now the problem is over monitoring and too much stress to the presidential office, because every people is watching, monitoring what president is doing and first lady is doing. So the leader is become very stressful. But that is the destiny or his or her primary role of becoming the top leader. Okay, very stressful, but is very clear and open, and every citizen is satisfied to that. Okay, so the people's voice is the voice of heaven. That is the purpose of e-people system, fight against corruption. We call it anti-corruption. Hopefully Indonesia will adopt that system. We would like to help all together. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Myung, for the keynote speech. I think that was really brilliant how we can new defining the people power using the development of technology. E-people is a practice of how we can uphold the democracy. Yeah. And by joining public-private partnership, we can enhance collaboration, because you said that we need investment to develop the system, and government can't stay alone. We need collaboration among private sector and people, public, and also the government itself. Thank you. We're going back to you very soon after our second speaker, Professor Chang Hoon-jung. 안녕하세요, Professor Chang. Professor Chang Hoon is a professor at the Department of Public Administration, Department of Smart Governance and Policy at Inha University. He finished the Master of Public Affairs from the University of Texas, USA, and graduated from the University of Georgia for his PhD. His research interests are public financial management, public budgeting, public policy, and many other typical topics of public administration. Besides academics, his professional background includes being a former president of the Association of Korean Governmental Accounting in 2019, former vice president of the Association of Korean Local Public Enterprises, tax analyst and tax assessor in Korean Customs Service and other professional careers. Professor Chang Hoon is going to present speech on the roles of government policies in Korean economic development and transformation. I think it connects closely with the presentation of Professor Myung, how Korean best practices can be so beneficial for Indonesian development and governance. Professor Chang Hoon, your 15 minutes starts. Thank you.
I'm going to stand up. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, could you show me the PowerPoint presentation? PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, so before talking about government policy, let me briefly talk about why I picked up this topic. As you understand, we had this year in June in Seongdo, Incheon, we have international training program for smart governance policy, and we invited then about 45 people from Indonesia. I think many of our colleagues are right here, and then some of my colleagues told me about that. How about talking about economic development and experience? So actually, my expertise is public finance and budgeting, but I think because I wrote dissertation, master's thesis about the effectiveness of industrial policy on Korean economic development. So I'm going to present my topic on the roles of government policy on the Korean economic development and transformation. All right, let's move on. Yeah. Next. Okay, so I have only 15 minutes, so I think it will take about one semester to talk about the history of Korean economic development and implication. So, but I have only 15 minutes, and in the 15 minutes, I'm going to briefly talk about Korean economic development history, and also important aspect is about the factors affecting economic development and transformation. And also we will briefly talk about policy implication maybe for developing economies. Next. So as you understand, Korea made rapid economic development in less than 40 years. And of course, we had a lot of difficulty. And so from agrarian economy to high-tech industry, it took about 4 years. And I think there are many factors that have contributed to the rapid economic development. But most scholars argue that government strategies and government intervention and government industrial policy were the key instrument. So I'm going to focus on that aspect. And in so doing, I'd like to emphasize the role of government officials, especially high-level officials, and their capacity is so critical. All right, next. Next. Yeah. So background, yeah, stop there. So I think you have some basic background about Korean economic development. So, basically everything starts from the, very strategic planning. As you see, we used to have 5 or 6, 7, consecutive 5-year economic development plan. And it was well planned and well executed. I think that was the key sort of reason why we have, coherent and sort of continuing economic development. So basically we start from the import substitution and then, light industry and heavy industry and also service industry and high tech. So without the 5-year economic development plan, I don't think we have achieved so rapid economic development. Next. Next. So as you see, state-based government. I think Indonesia case is different from Korea because when this is my first visit to Indonesia, every time I visit Indonesia, I envy you because we have a 280 million population and so much. So it's sort of wide, immense natural resources. In the case of Korea, we have very poor natural resources and we have only 50 million population. So I think we have huge potential, and Korean economic development strategy might be different from yours, okay? But in the case of Korea, because we have only 50 million population and no natural resources, we have to heavily invest on human resource development. Education. So education is the key, one of the key of rapid economic development. So from ruins to economic powers, and government, the central government ran the development plan. We call the industrial policy. Because we don't have enough money, so government must, prioritize budget to light industry, heavy industry, and the service industry. And in connection is a big conglomerate like a Jebel, okay? And they became powerhouse of economic, development. And also because our population is quite limited, we have to export to foreign country. And again, the reason why I'm in Indonesia is that you don't have to export to other countries because we have 280 million population, okay? But in the case of Korea, for economic development, we have to produce something and export. That was only, I think, strategic, okay? So export and so in pursuing that, we have to rely on the huge conglomerate like a Jebel. So large companies. Okay, sorry. All right. And also investment in human resources. And you know that per capita PhD in Korea is the highest in the world. We have so many PhDs around us, okay? So that means, the importance of education is key for economic development and also transformation. And also Koreans used to have a strong work ethics, okay? They're gonna be punctual, work hard. And I think that was another ingredient for economic development. So as you see, per capita GDP from 1950, 60, and especially around 1990, it has jumped dramatically. So around 2020, our per capita GDP is about 36,000. So I think we are advanced country. So, but again, it took long, and also again, the key is that well planned and well executed government policies. And policies include almost all areas, like foreign policy, economic development policy, financial policy, and whatever policies. Okay. Next. Successful development stage, government-led industrial policy and achieved industrial economy. And by 1987, we are fully democratized. Okay. And again, as Professor Myung talked about, like Singapore and Taiwan. Sometimes the dictatorship can be very, efficient for economic development because, when it comes to, budget prioritization, maybe the dictator can tell where to, invest, okay? And like, Korea under President Park Chung-hee from 1960 to 1978, although he was a dictator, but I think he was very prescient and she made, sort of effective investment on major industry with the connection of big conglomerate. I think that was another big sort of factor for rapid economic development. And so after democratization, the economic development growth rate is quite sort of slow, but I think we are making progress. So basically, from light industry to heavy industry and service industry, and now tech and capital intensive industry. Next. And next. Yeah. All right. So could you return back to the previous page? Because there are, here, look at here. So major strategies for national economic development and also manpower development, because human resource development is key. So, in each stage, we made investment on human resource management, especially education, from primary to sort of, high education. And so we did, proper investment on human resource, development. I think that was very critical. So, 60s and 70s, 80s, we invested a lot of money, for rapid economic development. So, in the case of Korea, I'll talk about the competitiveness of Korean high-level ranking officials. Many of them, the government sent to the United States or European country for master or doctoral degree. Once they earned their degree, they came back to Korea and they implemented. And I think that was very important. All right, next. So this shows a sustained long-run growth. I think, the country is still growing, but we have a huge problem, a low fertility rate and aging is a huge question. So I think we need more Indonesian coming to Korea. We need more people from abroad or not, because our fertility rate is going down. And that's, the biggest threat that we have right now. Okay, next. So then many people are asking about what are major factors affecting, sustained and economic development. So first of all, sustained investment in human capital. We trained them, in the college, also sent them maybe abroad. And also, we have vocational schools and also infrastructure for export, develop ports, airport, and things like that. And also, my focus is about the effective bureaucracy, as I told you before, because it is the high-level government official who, plan the economic development or other policies, okay? And it is them who actually implement. So either the, sort of competency and capacity of government bureaucrat, nothing can be achieved. I understand that this is something like in the school that train and a government official, and I think you are very important for economic development or transformation in your country, because everything depends on the competitiveness and competence of a government official, and also macroeconomic stability and manufacturing export, because we have to export and within a big, the big, like conglomerate tables, and also when our economy grow now, we have to leave it to the market. Okay, until 1995, we became the advanced country. Before then, government heavily intervened almost all aspects of business, but now that is not effective anymore. So we have to leave it to the market. And so with the private sector led growth, now I think we are having sustained growth. Next. So then let me briefly talk about going back and talk about the factors like infrastructure and promotion chambers. And next. And here, I'm going to focus on the role of economic planning board. Now it is disappeared, okay? It's under Ministry of Finance, and we have a high-level ranking official, a civil entrance exam. So we sort of select, top elites, and now they serve in the economic planning board. And once they have some career, we send them back to the United States or European country for the master and doctoral degree. And when they return, they are in charge of planning and executing, because budget is integral, okay? The resources are scarce, but we have to channel the scarce resources into efficient and effective sector. And that was the role of EPB. So, I think this EPB made a very wise, well-coordinated, program and planning, and they sort of have been very instrumental. And of course, human capital development policies. Okay, next. And also before 1995, the central government heavily controlled the financial and monetary sort of, institution. But again, as the Korean economic grow, now they cannot. Okay, and I think that was one of the reasons why we had, IMF bailout in 1997. That was very, very painful too, but I think we learned a lot of lessons then. So as the economy has grown, now we have to leave it to the market-oriented, okay? And now the current government is focusing on innovation and technology policies. Innovation matters, as you understand, and technology. So that should be the role of government, promote innovation like IT industry, or smart governance, and Korean government is focusing on that. All right, moving on. So then summarize impact of government policies on economic outcome. Again, rapid economic growth and export expansion. Korea is the 10th largest economy in the world, and also diversification into high value industry. So in the case of Korean government, strategic government intervention as a catalyst for development, and also meanwhile they balanced economic growth with the social and labor policies. And also, the Korean government officials and politicians, they were quite good at adapting their policy to suit the unique situation of Korea. So, I cannot say that Indonesia must adopt the same strategy that of Korea, because, your setting, environment is totally different, okay? All right, next. And yeah, so we have a lot of problem, okay? So critical of government policies, over-reliance on, big company like Jables, and we have, huge unwanted side effect, huge income inequality between the big firms and small firms, and also social inequality, and also regional development. And between the eastern part, western part, and southern and Seoul area, we have huge, suburban concentration in the metropolitan Seoul area. So the remainder is suffering. And also, if government is heavily involving, then we have risk of government intervention and huge debt. Korean government is accumulating huge debt and deficit. I think that's another, critical issue. Next. So I think, the Korean financial crisis, IMF bailout, has transformed the Korean economy thoroughly. And again, from the heavy government intervention to market oriented. So we learned the lesson. Next. And so after 1997, here, the keyword is the transformation from an input led to a productivity, an innovation-led economy. I think that's the key. So everything is based on AI, IT, high tech, and that sort of, brings a lot of, value added and higher productivity. So in the case of government, last time I talked about performance budgeting. Everything is based on performance. So we have to think about the performance when we attach a budget. Yeah, so, I think that became productive economy. All right, next. I think my time is almost, up. Next, yeah, I have to wrap up. Yeah, so lessons for developing economy, we have a couple. And so again, for the sustained promotion, we have to leave it to the market. So when the government is, heavily involving, then, a lot of unwanted, side effects. So if possible, try to leave it to the market. I think that's another lesson. All right, next. Next. Okay, and so finally, we have to ride on high tech. Yeah. So without the high tech and smart governance, I think sustained growth is almost impossible. So, because my time is up, to summarize, in the case of Korea, I think we have gone through from the light industry, heavy industry, and high tech industry. And at each stage, the local government officials were crucial because they were well educated, they have a huge capacity, and they adapt the changing situation quite rapidly. So that is the critical factor. So that means government policy matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Chang, for the speech. It's always interesting to talk about Korean economic development because Indonesia and Korea, South Korea especially, has been hit by the same economic crisis in 1997. But South Korea, significantly enhanced the economic development. And I always remember how Korean industrial policy also practices involved matter in enhancing the national economic development. It's also about maybe Korean drama. It's about K-pop. It's about Samsung, Hyundai, Kia, LG, other industrial products that we internationally use them. That's how soft power of South Korea. And Indonesia can develop, a national development plan as one of the strategy supported by Professor Chang, how the government can use the technology and investment to boost up the national economic development. Thank you. Now we are moving to Professor Basha. Hello, Professor Basha.
Hello, I am ready.
Okay, you're going to be our next speaker, Professor Basha.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Professor Basha is a professor at the School of Political Science, International Relations, and Public Administration, National University of Mongolia. She holds a PhD from Moscow State University of International Relations, Russia. Since 2016, she is an attaché of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia. Her international projects vary from Poland, USA, Hungary, Moscow, South Korea, Japan, and even Austria. Professor Basha is going to share us about some lessons from Mongolian diplomacy. It mainly talks about how Indonesia and Mongolian government facing typical developing nations issues and how both countries could build strong international partnership. Professor Basha, you have 15 minutes to deliver the speech. The time is yours. Thank you.
I'm really glad that I have agreed in the big conference. Thank you very much. My presentation about international relations of Mongolia. We are so small country, but we are surviving between two giant countries such as Russia and China. Maybe our countries maybe can learn from us how we are surviving between these two giant countries. Even now there is a war between Ukraine and Russia, and also in Israel with Palestine there is a conflict. So I want to share about my vision how to survive in this kind of political or international situation. As you know, Mongolia is a small country. We are just 3 million, and now 3 million point 300 population we have, and we are located on the northern plateau of Central Asia as a landlocked country bounded on the north by Russia and on the east, south, and west by China. And you know now here snowing. The climate is very harsh. In Indonesia, there is a very hot, I know, and with extreme of both heat and cold, we are also surviving in the climate situation nowadays. And the history of Mongolia begins from Genghis Khan period. Genghis Khan, all know, he established
Hello? Professor Basha, we lost your voice. Hello, Professor? Professor, it seems you're having problem with the connection. Okay. Okay, I think we can move to our fourth speaker while we're waiting for Professor Basha fixing the connection. I would like to greet good morning, guten Morgen, Professor Raphael. Hello,
Good
Professor
morning.
Raphael. You have
Can
a
you hear
very
me?
sweet smile, Professor Raphael.
The same holds for you.
Thank you. Is it okay, Professor Raphael, if you replace the Professor Basha to present the speech while we're waiting for the connections?
Of course, I can try. You want me to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
I would like to introduce you first.
Okay.
Okay. Professor Rafael Witek holds a PhD in behavioral and social science, and he is a full professor of theoretical sociology at the Department of Sociology, University of Groningen. He held teaching appointments at Cornell University, USA, the Federal Institute of Technology, Zurich, Switzerland, and the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, Germany, and the Università della Svizzera Italiana. His latest monograph, Evolutionary Foundations of Reputation-Based Cooperation, appeared with Cambridge University Press in 2023. In 2024, he received a 10-year grant. It's about 30.6 million euro for research program on social cohesion towards new fabrics on society. Professor Rafael, you have 15 minutes for the speech. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. And thanks again for the organizers for inviting me. It's a big honor to be with you. I want to talk about governance, social resilience, and sustainable value creation. And my main point is that if you design a governance structure, you should always, from the beginning, think about that it can become, and most likely will become, less effective and efficient. So when designing governance, think about its potential decay and what you can do to prevent that. I want to start with giving you an example of a governance failure and how it can be repaired. I will then address the concepts of resilience and sustainability because they are often mixed up, and I want to disambiguate them. And I want to conclude with integrating these two dimensions. So a governance for sustainable value creation on the one hand, and issues around resilience. So let me give you, let me start with an example of governance failure and how it can be repaired. And I want to take you to a place that was very influential for a long time, the city of Detroit. If we go back about 10 years, we see that Detroit was one of the first cities that became bankrupt in 2013. And the more you look at the story, the history of Detroit, the more fascinating it becomes, in my view, as a case for how things can go wrong and what might be done to repair. The population declined about for 60% since 1950. 93% of jobs were lost. Poverty rate of 40%. Unemployment rate of about 30%. Violent crime rate 5 times the national average. And some interesting indicators for decay of a city. The street lights that do not function, 40% of defect street lights. Parks that were closed. Of the 317 parks that Detroit has, 210 were closed. And more than 80,000 homes were abandoned. So this is an example for how things can go wrong. And yeah, so you see, Detroit was at its best around the years between 1940 and 1960 as the main automobile producer of the world. And that changed dramatically. And of course, the question is, how could this happen? How could such a successful place go down so dramatically? And my point is that we need to look at 2 dimensions if we want to understand decline. And that holds not only for this particular case, Detroit, but for any any entity that has some kind of governance structure. So the first reason for why governance may fail in sustaining value creation is that you focus one-sidedly on one specific kind of value or value creation. And in Detroit's case, it's evident as the investment in and really narrow focus on automobile production. You see that with the changes in the world, crisis, competitors emerging due to globalization, the automotive industry really ran down. So employment, you see here the graphs, declined dramatically. And this was also exacerbated by different kinds of crises. So in the panel below, you see the global oil crisis, for example, but also civil strife in the city itself. So the focus on economic value creation in the end was a big problem because there were no alternatives, or little alternatives at least. So that was one thing, a narrow focus on one type of value creation. The second reason why things went so dramatically bad was a neglect of the social fabric, as I might call it. Detroit is a quite divided city. So here you see a graph of the ethnic segregation of the city itself. And you see whites and African Americans living in different neighborhoods and quite strongly divided. And you also see through time quite a gap, an increasing gap between whites and blacks or African Americans in terms of economic well-being. So wealth inequalities rising actually, and quite dramatically so. So you see it here, the median value of homes, the gap between whites and blacks increasing. Households owning their home the same, whites being in a much more privileged position. And here you see the percentage of residents living in concentrated poverty. Also here, a dramatic increase of the gap between whites and blacks. So this is the second dimension. So there is the conditions for social cohesion are deteriorating. And of course, this all has also its background in failed governance of the municipality and the wider Detroit metropolitan area. Now, an interesting question is then, of course, how can you eventually repair this? If something has gone wrong so dramatically, what would be the way out? And here my point would be that you need to think differently about these two dimensions. So the kind of value creation and the social fabric. So if you focus on shared value creation, and I will explain what that means in a second, through collaborative resilience. So through strengthening collaboration and social cohesion between different groups in society. And I want to give you an example from Detroit itself. And this is related to activities that were launched by different kinds of business incubators that try to reinvigorate the city. And this business case here is one that tries to make use of local initiatives, local knowledge, local infrastructures to solve local problems. Very specific local problem in Detroit at that time was the waste tire problem. So I didn't know that, but there were apparently more than 1 million dumped tires, used tires, swerving around the city. So a very specific problem and very annoying, if you imagine living in one of these houses there. And there was a startup that was coached by one of these innovative business incubator initiatives. And they succeeded in recycling about 12,000 of these tires. You may say that's a small percentage of 1 million, but hear me out. The idea behind it is really wonderful. So this startup, Detroit Tires, they activated neighborhoods and volunteers to collect these tires. And they cooperated with the local School of Architecture to, for example, use this old material to create artworks. Yeah, so as one of the many different types of activities that you can do. By doing this, so using local structures, neighborhoods, volunteers, and also institutions, in this case, a university, they created contact and collaboration in the local community. They solved a local problem, and they even made some profit with this. So this example shows that if we think differently about how to recover from hardship or how to create sustainable growth, then we need to also consider alternative models of how to govern. And these models have different dimensions. So a spatial and a temporal dimension is part of that. And if we talk about business incubators, then there is this traditional approach, the traditional frame, if you want, that you should scale up as soon as possible and as strongly as possible. So that's what I put up in this right corner, the scaling up strategy. But that's what business incubators usually encourage. So governing a startup such that it lends money as much as possible and goes global as soon as possible. The big disadvantage of this strategy, so fast and going global, is that local subsidies, and also in Detroit, Detroit city gave subsidies to these startups, they disappear because the jobs also usually are lost. As soon as the company becomes really successful, it leaves the city, goes somewhere else, and takes the labor force with it. The alternative model, trying to use and valorize the local structures and not necessarily doing this very quickly, is the scaling deep strategy. And the Detroit Tires example is one of them. So you try to figure out what are good existing structures in your local or regional environment. How can you use that to create value? And here, value creation is not only about making money as quickly as possible, but also about how can you add to the social community. So this is this idea, differentiating between the scaling up, the traditional scaling up strategy, which is on the left panel, as you can see it, comparing it to this more scaling deep philosophy. So using local structures, adding value not only economically, but also to community development. And these kind of activities are, I think, very powerful, and they may help cities like Detroit to emerge from their misery. And again, you see here, so in these two examples that I discussed, the two pillars of governance for sustainable value creation are collaborative resilience, so fostering collaboration within the community, such that it can also resist shocks, it can adapt to changing circumstances, and it also creates value not only in terms of economic profit, but also in terms of community development. And another example that has, so this is basically my core point here. So the kind of governance that we need is governance that fosters both shared value creation and collaborative resilience. So this type 4 governance, because this will in the end also be much more resilient to shocks. And another case illustrates this. So the another startup, the Healthy Corner Network, that was also created with the scaling deep philosophy, was super quick in adapting to the COVID pandemic when it used the distribution network that it has built up based on the existing social structures and institutions like neighborhood party stores, gas stations, community centers, to deliver food to frontline medical professionals during the pandemic. So this is in the end what I wanted to share with you, and I skipped the disambiguation because my time is up, and I conclude with my showing you the, if you want to know more about the 2 projects that have made this research possible, you can scan the QR code and of course also always email me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Raphael, for this speech. I think you remind me of my previous modernization theory and development subject, that we need to also focus on non-economic factor in our efforts, also attempt to support sustainable development, that we cannot only rely on economic growth. We have to take a look of how community, social aspects, and then cultural aspects, also environmental dimensions, relying closely as factors contributing to national development. And it is very interesting point from you that our topic is about resilient global governance. And if we want to make sure that our global governance or maybe our national government resilient enough, we have to go back to our local community. So it's about a bottom-up approach of how we need to pay more attention on the welfare of our community. Thank you very much, Professor Raphael. We're going back to you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to say hello to Professor Basha. Hello, Professor. Professor Basha, are you there?
After that, my internet, and I am here.
Oh yeah, it's okay, Professor. And then okay, this is now your turn. You have 15 minutes to deliver the speech, Professor. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me continue my presentation. And you know, everyone know Genghis Khan. He established Mongolia. He renewed all Mongolian empire from the 13th century. And after this, Mongolia also was under the Manchu dynasty almost 200 years. And for this time, before this time, in international relations was this kind of things that Pax Mongolica. This is during this period in the 13th century and 14th centuries of Pax Mongolica. Trade between the West and the East flourished across the famous Silk Road. You know everyone about Silk Road, yeah? And in this Silk Road begins geopolitical issues, or also Mongolia invented in this time many things in field of international relations, also in field of international law. For example, Mongolia opened this kind of diplomatic immunity, which we use till today. And the success of Mongolian Empire was remarkably founded on the recognition of merit over tribal alliance, the notion of equality before the law. It's a very important things in international relations. So I thought this is some lesson from Mongolian history. And you can see here Mongol Empire for this period, and after 17th century, Mongolia getting smaller and smaller, and now you can see from my presentation that we
Professor Basha?
3 million citizens live in an area of that territory. I am here.
Yes.
Mhm.
Please continue.
Okay. I am afraid that it's again interrupt. So the Mongolian let me talk a little bit about the Mongolian government, because such for 3 million people, our government is too much. For example,
I'm sorry, Professor Basha, we lost your voice again. Later again. Okay. I'm sorry, Professor Basha. Hello?
Officials, government officials now working.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we're having very bad connection with Professor Basha, she is now staying in Austria, and maybe the connection is really dynamic. So that's why I think we need to continue to our last speaker, and we will deliver the PowerPoint material to all the presenter later on. Well, we have here our director, Professor Nurlia Nurdin. She is a professor of politics and governmental studies in the Ministry of Home Affairs. And she is now a director of NIPA School of Administration Jakarta. She graduated from Northern Illinois University, USA, and University of Indonesia. With 26 years of government service, she is a key academic resource in lawmaking, contributing to national and international seminars on politics, governance, public policy, and gender issues, including women's political participation. Her international projects linked to various countries, including Brazil, Malaysia, Cuba, and lately South Korea. Professor Nurlia, you have 15 minutes for the speech.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I would like not to leave the stage alone, so I'd rather go there. Okay. So since I have 15 minutes, be relaxed. I will share my presentation on political economy of governance, addressing the challenge of political dynasty. And this is, I think, something that really about the time to talk about political dynasty and public trust. If we talk on this title, this is something, especially after the election 20, just recently we got this, yeah. And then how we cope the problem of political dynasty. I'll talk short, hopefully. I have more than 20 slides, but I'm trying to make it short. And then please, the committee, just follow my showing here. I will directly go to the introduction a little bit, because we do have speakers from Korea and Mongolia and from Netherlands. So the political force, let me go to the table. You go directly to the table. Our data showing that multi-party already raised for 16 political party and dominant party with PDIP, Golkar, and then the governability, we have decentralization. You go directly to the introduction, please. Introduction, not this one. The introduction in the table, please. And decentralization, we have like 70% of our public spending in the key sectors. We had this decentralization in 1999, and then we have changed the law accordingly to serve the public. And what about background political dynasty Indonesia? This is interesting. So there is a preference political dynasty. If we see the current election in 2024, recent election reported 79 lawmakers in DPR, our House of Representatives, which is voter turn to elect names that already familiar, like presidents or like governors, or like a district, head of district, son, daughter, wife. That is what happened. So legislative also seeing that among 250 candidates, there are about 20,000 seats allocated for this or running for this political dynasty. And then what is the analysis of this when we have this dynasty? Certainly, when we have this dynasty, so all the power grow in one hand. If we see the factors of contribution to the political dynasty, first, we do have institutional weakness. That political institution overdowning merit-based system, that will be one of the solutions how to cope with this political dynasty. A voter preference, which is more loyal to familiar names, and access to resource. Political family have better access to funding and research to campaign. This is what happens right now. And the impact on governance, certainly the policy will continue easily, but the negative impact, if there is a potential of a huge corruptions, there will be also goes on that, on and on. And the public sentiments. What is the public sentiments? There's a mixed reactions. Some populations support political dynasty due to the stability continuity, but there is a growing concern over the lack of diversity in political representations. And if we see political dynasty and the governance challenge, please, there is an impact on the meritocracy. Yeah, there's an impact on meritocracy. How political dynasty challenge the merit system in the public official recruitments and promotion. Not this one, the other one. And corruption and accountability. There is a question of corruption accountability. That's increased the risk of nepotisms and corruption also in area dominated by dynasty. So we do have ministers, deputies, and staff. It's more likely that all this person concerning the quality, but there must be somebody inside around the dynasty to elect them. Limit out political competition for certain. When you have this political dynasty, there is a competition limitation. And then that's certainly exacerbating corruption, poverty, and abuse of power. And then the last analysis that will maintain a status quo of developed interest, largely separate from the people they're supposed to be serving. Challenged by the political dynasty, nepotisms, influenced on promotion and public perception of trust and legal framework. If we see Indonesia struggling right now, this kind of issue probably left already like 30, 40 years ago by South Korea or by Netherlands. Most developed country already leave the family tie conduct in the governments or preference by a family, or we call it like a dynasty. There's some research showing, if you see the nepotism and corruption in Indonesia, we still consider higher on that numbers. Some provinces seems to be higher percentage of nepotism and appointment. This is, I'm not going to talk detail, but this is a data showing that we still struggle on that nepotism and corruption in Indonesia. And next, public trust. So what can be done with the public trust and governance with the challenge of the political dynasty? So impact on political dynasty, certainly on trust. There is a perception, and is it nepotisms? If we go to local governments, they're mostly share their thought that how can we get a better position if we're not connected with to a political dynasty. So there will be a lack of accountability. If we talk about innovation, then we also will be stagnant on innovation. There is a disconnection with public needs. Yeah, we understand that if political dynasty continue, the public needs will be left behind. What is the survey saying on this public trust level? Let's say just recently, 2 years ago, it is said that lower trust in local governments with only 42% of respondents expressing trust. When the public trust lower than it should be, we can imagine the government will not go run well, including all the public services. Another research also showing that 30% respondents in region tied with the political dynasty, they trust their leader only 35%. If we don't trust our leader, then most likely the public policy will just disappear. And other public polls in just this year, region with long-standing political families saw that trust rating only 3.1 out of 10 of government institution, while region with more political competition, they will have higher trust, which is count 6.5%. So how is political dynasty undermine trust in government institution? Because there's a concentration of power, fostering corruption and nepotism, weakening accountability, and shifting political diversity, eroding institutional integrity, and perpetuating inequality and weakening democratic principle. So, trust in government and the state matters for a variety of reasons. It is crucial to establish norm of compliance, for example, to taxes. Government achieve more if they know that citizens trust that policy makers. So what we have done, or what should we what should we do to combat this situation, to cope with this situation? Firstly, should be the education quality. We struggle still for the education quality for having this 12 years school. Also, public satisfactions. We also working on that. Healthcare access and corruption perception. That is all the impact. We have lower quality of services if we maintain this political dynasty, because there's no accountability on that. There is no transparency on the public making process or public decision process. We see again some data showing, yeah. District with political dynasty has only 35% scores, and then the education quality rating only 4.5 if we range 1 to 10. So there's a connection with political dynasty and then the quality of public services. One of that is the education quality, also the healthcare access. Okay, I'm not going further for the case studies. Let's see what is the solution to address. Do we have solution for that? Yes. There's a merit-based recruitment in public services, in public employer. We do have some law on this. For example, law number 5, 2014, or presidential regulation, or government regulation. So what is the analysis on the implementation of merit system implementation in the public service or public servants recruitment? First is challenge of implementation. There is a political interference in the region dominated by political dynasty. Merit-based recruitment is often compromises. Political family tend to push for the placement of their allies as a key position. Impact on the governments and public services. There is, as I said before, erosion in public trust, and also there's good example of implementing this merit system, success story. So we are happy enough to say that, yeah, we can cope on this political dynasty. For example, Surabaya and Bandung, where the merit-based recruitment has been implemented effectively, public service delivery has improved. So there do some example when we promote this merit system in our governments. Next solution to address strengthening merit based on recruitment, merit systems, to minimize political interference, also enhancing public accountability, also increase civic education and public awareness. Several times I talk in some seminars, I say the electoral commissions, not only to propose public to go to the polling station and say you have to vote for your leaders, not stop that, but you have to continue how to watch your government. So you do have a transparent and accountable government, not only giving your votes and silence, but how you watch and be participants on the decision-making process, hopefully. So recommendation for strengthening merit-based recruitment, we do have the national BKNs. This is a national for employer, that's increasing the capacity and independence of these bodies of crucial ensuring the recruitment and promotion process for free from political interference. We having like a job fit, we having like open, what you call open bidding, yes, for higher level. And it's open. This is actually trying to reduce the political interference. Also, decentralized enforcement, which is regional government should be accountable also for implementing merit-based systems. We do have some success in promoting these merit systems. I come to the conclusion. I have 1 minute left. So political dynasty Indonesia presents a significant challenge for the government and public trust. But we're not silenced. What we do have some solution, and then we learn from other countries also that public trust and government institution, when it's eroded, it needs to be minimalized. How to address this? We do this strengthening merit-based recruitment, improving the transparency and public appointment, and also empowering independent bodies like Corruption Eradication Commission. Unfortunately, we used to have KSN, which Professor Agus Pramusinto used to be the head of KSN. This is now disappear, and the function should go to some national institution like BKN. This is really crucial because the government employee is crucial to implement the president's and bureaucracy program. End of this subject, I would like to say that it is all of us who watch the government and then keep pursuing, keep discussing what will be the best for our country. And then for the government employer, we do have a system already that implemented and then need to be enlarged and qualified. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nurlia, for the last speech. I also remember about the public administration paradigm. It talks about the dichotomy between politics and administration. But right now, we seems blur the dichotomy and then the connection between politics and administration, of fat bureaucracy, etc. Or so, dynamic change in our Indonesian governance right now. Well, because we still have Professor Basha right now. Hello, Professor. Professor Basha, are you still there? Okay. Okay. Because we need to run out due to time limitation. It's now our panel discussion, Q&A. Ideally for Q&A to all audiences attending here at the venue and also online in the Zoom meeting. Do we have questions? Maybe one question from here first, because we already got question from the Zoom meeting for Professor Rafael Butek. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands. Okay, the committee, which one is the first? Okay, excuse me. Oh, Bapak Tommy from Ministry of Home Affairs. Welcome to NIPA School of Administration Jakarta. Please, the committee can help us to give the microphone.
Thank you so much. I am Tommy Baulang from the Ministry of Home Affairs, specifically from the Agency for National Strategic Policy, together with my boss, Mr. Yusharto Huntoyongo. I'm really happy to be here today because I'm like serving in the very rich dimension of the issues that this is not only one countries, but I think this is all relevant for all countries in the world, from Korea We learn about how they fight against the corruption. And then from Professor Witt, we also learned something new about how we should think not only in terms of the economic values, but the local rooted values that is more important than. So I have two questions actually. But first, let me go to my values from the Korea. I quoted from you. You said that in Korea we cannot even think about corruption. This is really something inspiring. You don't even think about corruption, assuming that your system already work to fight the corruption itself. But I found that it is, I learned that it is not an easy journey to reach this stage. The data that I've got show us that out of 7 presidents of South Korea, only 2 declared as clean president, and 5 of them are brought to court because of the corruption cases. So I think there has been a long journey to reach this stage of the corruption eradication in Korea. Today, if I see the data of the corruption perception index, we should admit that Korea is far ahead of us. In the corruption index 2023, Korea scored 83, where the 100 is the perfect one. Korea scored 83, and out of 180, Korea ranked 32 in the data of the corruption perception index internationally. Indonesia, on the other hand, we scored 34. We down 4 scores this year. And we are ranked in 115 out of 180. My question is very simple. I would like to hear what is unique about Korean system, actually. Yes, you see that you present that the e-people Korea, it's only one tools. But I want to go deeper than that. I think we also have the tools, many tools. Yeah, Indonesian Corruption Watch have the tools for the people to report. KPK, the Committee for the Corruption Eradication, also have that, the channel for the public to report. But I think it's not only a matter of the tools and how we can engage the technology. I would like to hear what is deep inside, whether it is the culture, or whether it is the political system that enable the people Korea bring the presidents into the court. I think this is something really a lesson to learn, because this is not easy. So I would like to hear that from you. What is actually unique about the South Korean systems? Now, that's my question to my Korean fellows. And allow me to ask one question to Professor Witt, because this is also something interesting for us to learn. Professor Witt, it take my attention when you said that we should emphasize on not only the economic values, and I do really agree with that 1000%. I've been one of the few people that thinks how our global economic is run today. Our global economic is run by the economic rationalist system. Everything is standardized based on economic rational system. And I don't agree with that. So when you say that it's more beyond the economic values, that should be the rules, number one, that we have to implement today. Why? We are facing a very, very corrupted system with the current economic rationalist system that imposed to all countries in the world. All right? Everything is standardized by the economic growth, by the power in the economic, like World Bank. So the World Bank determines who is poor, who is not. All right? everything is driven by the economic standard. We are, for example, in Indonesia, we nearly reach the target of zero poverty in 2020 or 21. We nearly reached that target because the purchasing power parity at that time was per day, yeah, the poverty line, purchasing power parity was 1.9 US dollar. But when we already reached beyond that number, what is the World Bank doing for us, the countries around the globe? They increase the standard. So the big majority of the people in Indonesia that already almost done with beyond 1.9, now they become a new poor, and they introduce a new terminology, extreme poverty. So we never heard about the extreme poverty before. We only know the poor, the poverty, and they give us the standard 1.9. Again, when all the countries nearly done with that, they raise the standard. And then they introduce, no, you're still poor because the standard is rising. All right? This is the system, the global system. Now, so when we are talking about the poverty eradication, I'm really pessimistic with that. Because who is holding the power to determine one country is poor and one country is not? This is the rational global economic rationalists. So my question to you is, what is your perspective about this, and what kind of the future of the global economy with the current system? Do you see any optimistic views that us who don't agree with this economic rational system have the chance to win the game? If so, what is the strategy for us to do now? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tommy. That was complex questions, I think. Professor Myung and Professor Chung would like to directly answer the questions. Short answer, please, professors.
It was a very tough question. You raised the issue of real corruption data, and actually maybe that which year the data you got from that data? International corruption. Okay, it depends on the which government region. Maybe now maybe we are, down to less clear, less transparent, because of this regime, government regime is relatively, control the media, not open to the public. So that's why every year the rank differentiated, right? Okay, so I think that the corruption, the rank, it is come from the Switzerland, right? Yeah, European country. So I think we need to change that indicator, because that come from the direct democracy, especially Switzerland. They are very used to it, right? Every issues they have national referendum, but people vote for every national agenda. Okay, that is their system, not our system. Okay, and they are very small country, very little population. They have to decide by people, not the government or political party. Yeah, that is so, I think that is must be adjusted, okay? Adjusted to Asian country and other cases like that. Now, the problem is this. We created e-people system and merged every data and complaints and voices from people into one independent agency, anti-corruption agency and portal site. And that is open to the public every moment. And so even the president and the family cannot avoid any, risks or complaints. And every second, okay? So everybody is watching closely, monitoring together, and that is kind of the stressful to everybody. The problem is this: too much open to everybody. So every details become corruptions. Okay, even small. So central government cannot decide what to do. That is kind of the risk of populism. Okay, so we need to find out some the balance between the government leadership and the people's voices, between the balance. So that is experimenting. But I'm clearly, I'd like to mention again, it depends on situation of each nations. Okay, but we are fighting against corruptions, but mainly come from political corruption, not bureaucratic corruption like Nulia mentioned. Okay, we run beautifully merit system, but politicians, they are very corrupted. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Professor Myung explained it quite sort of, well about that, but let me add a little bit more. So basically, it seems to me, I don't know much about Indonesian politics, okay, but I learned from Nulia. Seems to me that I think, one part of the answer coming from nepotism and cronyism. In 60s and 70s, in the case of Korea, we had high level of nepotism and cronyism. But, as Professor Myung talked about, we are heavily based on merit system, from the entrance of art and politics. So I think, the biggest system coming from, I think, merit system and also education level. In the case of Korea, 70% of youngsters, they have college degree, okay? And with government transparency and accountability. And when it comes to government program, we have performance budgeting. For most programs, we must evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency, okay? In the case of big government program, we have to run cost-benefit analysis. So there are little room for politicians to maneuver. So I think, of course, we took almost 30 years, okay? From the corruption to anti-corruption, we took, series of legislation. And so I think it will take long, to be honest. But I think, the critical issue is about the level of education and democratization and the meritocracy and carbon transparency with the help of e-governance. I think, that is very important. And one more thing, under President Dae-jung Kim in 1990, I think, the government increased salary level for government employees. Actually, I was government officer, former Korean custom officer. So one of the reasons why I went to the United States was that the salary was too low. But with the introduction of Kim Dae-jung government, he increased the level of salary for government officials, so they have less temptation to get into sort of corruption. I think that's another reason. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Myung and Professor Zhang. Hello, Professor Raphael.
Hello. So I can answer.
Okay, it's now your time to answer the question.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Yeah, I thanks for this really very insightful question, which makes an excellent point. So the focus on economic objectives, and I think there are efforts now to broaden also the measurement of policy objectives. So the standard that we still use is the GDP, the gross domestic product, or the gross national product. And this measure actually is to some degrees a perverse measure, because if you have a disaster, for example, or that causes a lot of damage to society, then the activities that this generates, economic activities, will then factor in as positive for the GDP. And there are alternative measures that are used, the Human Development Index being one of the most well-known of them. But there are also attempts to further broaden this measurement attempt. And I think it starts there. So how do you define the value that you want to create? And it's not only at the national level. So the examples I chose deliberately, like a city like Detroit, it has some discretion. So the policymakers there have some discretion. They have some opportunities to allocate money for subsidies. And if you start small, and in this case, a local government that decides to funnel money to initiatives that try to combine the creation of economic value with social value, then you make a good start. And that's how I would approach it. So first think about, are there possibilities to add also social value creation to economic value creation? Not replace it, because businesses have to make money, but often there are opportunities to combine this and to do good also for the social fabric. And I also agree that it's a matter of power. So who defines what is important? So that, of course, is at the basis of any kind of measurement effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rafael, for the answer. I think we have more questions from participants joining us in the Zoom meeting. I need help from the committee to show us one question. Professor Rafael, you have another question from Husni Padil. It's amazing how Detroit can overcome the problem of decline growth through the creation of social resilience. But as you also mentioned before, that the gap between black-white racism is also high in Detroit. I wonder how the government of Detroit can make all works together, how to shape some value or vision across every citizen, because in Indonesia, one of the struggle is managing its own people.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not an expert on Detroit, but what I was reading about it when I prepared for this presentation was that there is some progress there. And what very simple answer is housing policy. So if you succeed in making houses affordable also for low-income groups, then a side effect of that will be that you get more mixing between different ethnic groups. And I think Detroit made some good progress there. So it's often, let's say quite, the steps that can be taken are not that difficult, but somebody has to say, okay, we allocate money for this policy because this will actually favor the social fabric and not just, let's say, give subsidies again for economic activity.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rafael. I think we have to end this session. It's around 11:30. It's about 10 minutes or maybe 5 minutes later. I need one more question from the presenter standing here. Which one? Nadia? Okay. You can tell us your name?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Indah. I'm from Regional Development Planning and Research Agency in Cirebon City, West Java. I would like to ask question to Professor Myong from Inha University. I was very impressed by your lecture on e-government. I have question. Based on our work in the government, we see that Indonesia aim to develop e-government ecosystem by promoting the creation of regional innovation and also by the ministries and local government institutions. For example, there's innovative government awards to which is a competition to give awards and financial incentives to local governments by the Ministry of Home Affairs for the local governments who create innovation in their region. But however, the problem is that it is stated by our president, former president, President Jokowi, that there is abundance, with all due respect, abundance of mobile applications created by government sectors, up to 27,000 mobile applications in Indonesia, which use around 6.2 trillion Indonesian rupiah or 400,000 US dollars, which is very ineffective. Even though the objectives of these promotions of mobile applications is the transparency, efficiency of public service, and so on. But however, there's too many apps, too many budgets allocated for these mobile applications. And from your perspective, what is your recommendation for our national or local government to move forward in development of e-government? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Indah from Regional Planning and Development Agency, Cirebon. It's one of our regional government. Okay, Professor Myong can answer the question.
Okay, so at the beginning point, the role of central government is very important. So government-driven market, especially for building e-government, is critical. So the role of government is make standard for all nations, standardized, and bidding policy for fairly. So in Korea, the local vendors or big companies like Samsung and LG and SK and KT, they jump into the market and then share the market together, but keep the standard, national standard into one. So every applications must be fit the national standard. And then central government like human resources, home affairs, they made guidelines, standardized interoperability, and technology all together. It must be fit to the national procurement of every item's product should be standardized and cheaper price. It fit to the national policy guideline. So that is the our solutions for that. Okay.
Okay, what a short and precise answer from Professor Myong. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally meet the end of this panel discussion session. And due to time limitation, we have to move forward to the next agenda. I am Nayu, as moderator, would like to express my biggest gratitude for all presenters, for all speakers attending here, Professor Raphael, thank you very much. Professor Basha, are you still there, Professor? However, the problem is there. We're so delightful to have you here, Professor Basha. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our topic of this conference is how we can build resilient global governance with three kinds of strategy. The first is how to develop equal development policy. The second is how we can invest in human resource management. And the last one is how we can share equal public sector economic development. I think I need to hand over the opportunity back to the MC. Thank you very much. I close this panel discussion.
Thank you for the wonderful session. And now for Professor Raphael Witek and Professor Basha, you may leave the Zoom meeting because this session is over. Thank you, Mrs. Ratnayu, as a moderator of the plenary session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of our first plenary session. And we would like also to inform you of some point before we move to the second session, the parallel session. First, for offline presenter, we have organized room that you can join. The room will be on the third floor of NIPA School of Administration Jakarta building. Please check the schedule on your program book. Second, for online presenter, please join the Zoom meeting room as attached in your program book. Third, we will have a break for prayer and lunch until 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. Fourth, we would like to invite you to come to the parallel session that's scheduled at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. Fifth, to all presenter, please fill the Google form that we have provided for attendance list. And finally, this is the end of the first session. We would like to extend our gratitude to all speakers and participants. See you on the next session very soon.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berikut ini beberapa poin untuk sesi kedua kita, paralel sesi paralel. Yang pertama itu ada untuk presenter yang offline, kita udah menyiapkan ruangan yang bisa didatangi di lantai 3 di gedung kampus Politeknik STIA LAN. Nanti tolong dicek aja di dalam program book. Terus sudah gitu, poin kedua, untuk presenter online bisa langsung join aja ke room Zoom meeting yang udah ada di program book. Ya.
Dan yang ketiga, untuk para hadirin dipersilakan untuk istirahat dan makan siang sampai jam 1 siang.
Untuk makan siang nanti schedule kita sampai jam 1 siang, terus ditambah voucher yang tadi sudah dibagikan itu tolong ditukarkan untuk dijadikan makan siang. Sekali lagi, voucher yang diterima nanti bisa ditukarkan untuk makan siang. Terima kasih.
Yang keempat, para hadirin, jika sudah melakukan istirahat dan sholat, langsung dipersilakan untuk ke ruang masing-masing presentasi. Setelah itu, untuk para presenter, dipersilakan untuk mengisi Google Form untuk mengisi daftar kehadiran. Terima kasih.
Sekali lagi, untuk seluruh presenter, tolong mengisi Google Form yang telah disediakan untuk daftar hadir. Terima kasih. Ini bisa langsung untuk di Zoom. Informasi tambahan untuk para hadirin, makan siang bisa dilaksanakan di ruangan ini juga. Terima kasih. Ini langsung.
Wow, I just built the most amazing work.
Dari 1000 jalan di dunia, mengapa berpapasan bertemu dia? Pengennya lari pergi tanpa kata, mengapa sudut mata hafal rupanya? Lupa bahwa lupakannya tak mudah, tapi itu senyuman yang ku suka.
Sekali lagi untuk para tamu hadirin yang datang, bisa langsung scan link yang ada di depan untuk daftar hadir. For all participants that attend in this room, you may scan this link for the attendance list. Thank you.
Sakitan air mata sia-sia, dari begitu banyak manusia, mengapa lagi-lagi dia yang ku jumpa? Malam hangat tapi ku terjaga, rindukan dirinya si pusat kecewa. Lupa bahwa lupakannya tak mudah, tapi menyangkut dia ku tak bisa. Sepertinya sama, tatapan khas matanya masih yang lama. Kau ajak bicara, seketika kembali ku jatuh cinta. Sialan tempat untuknya. Sepertinya sama, tatap panas matanya masih yang lama. Kau ajak bicara, seketika kembali ku jatuh cinta. Sialan dia, sakitan air mata.
Baik, diinformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu para peserta ICOGPASS, waktu istirahat Bapak Ibu kurang lebih sekitar 1 jam. Sesi paralel atau parallel session akan dilaksanakan di gedung Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta, di lantai 3 gedung Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Untuk itu bagi para Bapak Ibu peserta ICOGPASS yang sudah melaksanakan makan siang, selanjutnya jika ingin melaksanakan sholat boleh langsung berpindah ke gedung Politeknik STIA LAN Jakarta. Terima kasih banyak.